The also creativity, the independence, the maturity, also the warmth and kindness of all the young people in Bhutan.
To inspire youth to take action for
learning from others.
हर एक चीज प्रोडक्शन हो, हर एक चीज बिजनेस होता है।
एग्रिकल्चरको लागि ठुलो मार्केट अनि गभर्मेन्ट ओन मार्केट हो।
Hello. Hello. 1, 2, 3, check.
Hello. Hello, check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check.
Hello. So I hope all of you had a very good lunch and all of you are pretty full and energized and excited for what's coming next. So hello and good afternoon to you all once again. My name is Prasan Subedi and I am currently leading the social media and outreach team at World Food Forum Nepal, and I'm also one of the founding members of World Food Forum Nepal chapter. So first of all, welcome to Nepal Youth Action, a flagship event of Nepal Food Forum 2024. We are excited to have all of these young faces who are going to engage, empower, and enhance the capacity of youth as a whole through what they learn today. Today's event is designed to ignite change and provide a platform for young innovators to lead the way. So let's first of all begin the program by acknowledging youth for what they are, catalyst of change. From developing sustainable farming methods to enhancing food security, youth innovators are truly changing the world and truly shaping our society and the future. Without further ado, let's move on to the first segment of our program. First of all, we have an experience sharing session from delegates across the border, from delegates from international waters. So to kick off the event, we will be hearing inspiring stories from across the border. I invite on stage Ms. Chiring Delkar, who is the youth focal point of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations Bhutan office. Ms. Chiring, the floor is yours. Ms. Chiring will be sharing about her experiences and the recently organized National Youth Symposium, which was held on 12th August 2024 on the occasion of International Youth Day. Please take the floor.
A very good afternoon. Namaste. I am Chiring Delkar and currently the youth focal from the FAO country office in Bhutan. So I'll be talking about the recent first and one-of-a-kind symposium that we conducted solely for youth, that also under the subject, under the topic of youth leadership in agri-food systems transformation. So this was to celebrate the International Youth Day 2024 on the 12th of August. And it was the first grand event that was solely dedicated for youths and for the agri-food systems transformation. So the National Youth Symposium was modeled around the 4 tracks of the World Food Forum. Those are the Youth Action Innovation Lab, Education, and Culture. So we had various presentations and panel sessions, but I would like to highlight the 4 important events that we conducted during the symposium. So those are, firstly, we officially launched the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter. So we are the 13th chapter to get officially launched, and also the 3rd country from the South Asia region. And we also launched the SDG Action Cards game. So the SDG Action Card game, it is a brainstorming tool which is used to, solve the trade-off cards, which are the challenges. And we have a separate workshop later after after 2 hours. So you all will get the chance to play that. So we officially launched the SDG Action Card game. So this SDG Action Card game, it was in collaboration with one of the institutes in Japan and the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter. Then we also had the National Youth-led Agri-Food Innovation Challenge during the symposium. So the top 10 participants pitched their idea and we selected the top 3. So the challenge was mainly to find innovative solutions to address the issues of the agri-food sector. So in Bhutan, and it's also same in most of the countries, so the young working population have migrated and they are only old age working group, so we find it imperative that we mechanize and digitize the farming agriculture sector as a whole. So this was mainly in a aimed at finding innovative solutions to address to address the issues of agri-food sector. And then we also screened the award-winning documentary called The Kiss the Ground, a Netflix movie. It talks about the regenerative agriculture to combat climate change and also, to protect the topsoil. So these were the highlights from the symposium. So coming to the main point, some of the lessons that we learned from the symposium were that, so when we say FAO, we just think of a technical agency, and it's the same in our country as well. So people do not think that, okay, FAO is also working with youths. So FAO is trying to, inculcate youth agenda in all their programmatic areas and projects apart from the youth project. And we also celebrated the International Youth Day to, recognize the significant role young people play in, driving sustainable transformation. And we also launched the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter, and now FAO Bhutan is also leading the youth agenda during the Bhutan SDG week, recognizing that FAO is also playing a critical role in their youth maintaining the youth profile and also for the youth agenda. And we also have a separate exhibition booth solely for the youth during the World Food Forum flagship event. So in a nutshell, the National Youth Symposium was a strong testament, that FAO plays the strong testament of the critical role that FAO plays in engaging and fostering the engagement of the meaningful participation of youth. So the Youth Symposium, it is created by the youths for the youths. So prior to the symposium, we had a series of consultation workshops where young people from various backgrounds came together and were made to discuss and brainstorm of what are their expected outcomes, what do they expect from the symposium and also the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter. So we also had Victor talk on the World Food Forum flagship event, which added a lot more weightage and also helps the participants understand more. So we had, during the consultation workshop, we had representatives from various backgrounds, including some students from the universities having, engineering backgrounds, business background, agriculture, science, and also IT background. Then we also had entrepreneurs and farmers who worked on the ground so that they could share their views and opinions. And then we also had representatives from the youth networks of the country and also some from the civil society organizations. So during the consultation workshop, the few areas that we touched were understanding the challenges that the young people are facing in the agri-food systems transformation. We also asked them what are some of what do they expect from the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter, and also we also reviewed the activities of the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter during the consultation workshop and the National Youth Symposium. So during the consultation workshop, we had an overarching discussion of what do the young people want us to do during the symposium, and we made sure that we included that in the plan. So during the symposium, we had so in Bhutan we have 20 districts, and we had representatives from all the 20 districts, and we had 250 in-person participants. So given the demographic, it's quite a lot for the country, for us, and like I said, so we had, similar to the consultation workshop, we had representatives from the universities, also the producers and aggregators, entrepreneurs who worked and knows the real life scenario of the farming system, so that they can come and share their opinions and views. We also had youth networks and representatives from CSOs. So we also live streamed on our Facebook page, and we had over 16,000 views over the 2 days of the symposium. So I would also like to touch on the partnership and the collaboration aspect that we strongly maintained. So we look into it from 3 angles or aspects. So there was a strong collaboration with the UN organizations. So we did not, we not only consulted with young people, but also from we consulted with the young representatives of the various UN agencies to get their views as well. So we also made sure that there is a youth network called the UN Advisory Board members. So during for the symposium, we also consulted them, and also during the symposium, we made sure that people, working with the other UN agencies participated. So we had them during the, panel sessions to talk. So for example, we had a panel session on the commitment to the young people in the agri-food sector. So here, various representatives, like as you can see, we had the FAOR and also the resident representative of UNICEF talk on what some of the opportunities that they offer. So these as one of the aspects, and also we made sure that we had a strong partnership with the government and the other national stakeholders. So even it did not have to be directly related to agri-food sector. We had stakeholders working with mental health, mental resilience, mindfulness come to during the session and talk about the importance of mental resilience and how important it is. And we actually touched diverse topics during the symposium. And the third partnership aspect that we looked were with international agencies. So the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter had its first collaboration with an international agency. So that was the SDG Action Card game. So they collaborated with the Kanazawa Institute of Technology in Japan, and then they developed this game. So now the chapter is also looking forward to collaborate with more organizations and youth-led groups. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to us, and we would like to collaborate with you all. And I have a very short video documentation of the whole 2-day symposium. So I would like to play that.
The also creativity, the independence, the maturity, also the warmth and kindness of all the young people in Bhutan.
To inspire youth to take action for a more sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and hunger-free world and food future.
The National Youth Symposium I think that it is a platform where youth are able to get an exposure and is able to engage and develop their leadership skills.
So the World Food Forum chapter for Bhutan, if I could use one word, I would use beginning. The reason why I would use that word is it's just starting off, and I think there's a lot of wonderful things to expect from it.
Flying house, the house moved through the sky and let the wind in the inside.
Game is quite fun, as in terms of it really makes you hack your brain and think about out of the box, especially because there's different cards. It's basically quite interesting and fascinating at the same time.
Big market out here, and basically we are working on empowerment of women or the mushroom farmers, youth as a mushroom farmers.
So, according to the NSP report 2019, the report says that we
Our immediate plan is to continue to support the activities of the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter. So we're planning to continue our support to young farmers and to help them upscale their agri-enterprises and agri-businesses.
So the National Youth Symposium marked a milestone, not only because it was the first big global event solely for youths, but also that we officially launched our chapter. So we believe in inclusion, and now we can proudly say that we have representative from every district, and not just limiting to those nearby the urban areas. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chiring, for such a wonderful presentation, and especially the video at the end. It gives us such inspiration and such hope and such a vision for what we can acquire and what we can work towards as well. So thank you, Bhutan team as a whole. So moving ahead with this segment of experience sharing. When we talk about Tower Organics, Snack On, and Sattva, do you remember anything, any program or anything, any participants in this room? A little louder. Let's make this session slightly interactive, the whole youth action part. So does anyone remember anything when we say the three terms for this time? Tower Organics, Sattva, and Snack On? Oh. Okay, it's okay. So earlier, a couple of weeks prior, there was a program which was organized entitled National Agri-Youth Innovation Challenge, which was organized in collaboration, and it was a program in which 3 entrepreneurs were awarded with cash prizes and support to grow their startup, to grow their entrepreneurship activities. So to share more about that National Agri-Youth Innovation Challenge, I invite on stage Mr. Swastik Mohan Bhattrai, the Program Associate at Youth Innovation Lab. Let's welcome him on the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody here. So I see that a lot of people didn't know about National Youth Agri Innovation Challenge, but that's what I'm here for. So I'm going to talk about the program that we did and what it meant for young entrepreneurs and what it meant about agri-entrepreneurship in Nepal. So about myself, I'm Swastik Mohan Bhattrai from Youth Innovation Lab. I work as Program Associate, and we were very fortunate to have worked jointly with FAO on the project National Youth Agri Innovation Challenge. So before I move forward, I would just like to say, I would just like to express my gratitude towards Sabin ji and Poonam ji from FAO, who have been really helpful throughout this entire project. And I'm sure that we're going to see similar projects to empower young entrepreneurs in the future as well. So let's talk about National Youth Agri Innovation Challenge. So in this challenge, we had 23 startups, agri-based startups from all 7 provinces throughout the country, and we had them in 2 phases. We had them for 2 activities. The first was a 3-day boot camp. So in this boot camp, we had workshops, training sessions, lecture sessions, and question and answer sessions so that these entrepreneurs could interact with sectoral experts, different experts, so that they could get some knowledge on what they wanted to do and how they could scale their startups. The other part was the innovation challenge. So we had a pitching competition. We had an established jury panel, and in front of that jury panel, we had 2 rounds of pitching. So they pitched, they talked about their innovations, their ideas, their future plans, and in 2 rounds of this pitching, we had 3 winners, which I'll get to in a short while. So let's talk about the applicants who wanted to be part of this program. So we had launched an application for just 15 days. And within 15 days, we had a lot of applicants throughout the country. And I want to show something that we found really interesting. So out of the 58 businesses that had applied, 28 were women-led businesses. And this was from all over the country. I'll move to the geography in a while, but I want to highlight that we had a good number of women-led businesses, which really showed an inspiring picture of where agri-entrepreneurship is in comparison with our Jesse outlook towards entrepreneurship. So the other thing we found really interesting was the operational time of these companies. So most of the companies that applied to the program were less than a year. 25 of them were operating for less than a year, and 21 for 1 or 2 years only. So when we opened the applications, we didn't have any sort of restrictions, like only companies below 5 years could apply or not. But when we looked at the applications, we see that most of these entrepreneurs had recently begun their journey. And it was really inspiring for us because we got to help them on the very infancy stage of their entrepreneurship. So I want to quickly talk about sectors. So what were the key sectors that came up? So sustainable agriculture was something that popped up in a lot of these applications, entrepreneurships, and agri-tech as well. So we have some stalls here as well. So we did see Gham Power, who was also one of the applicants and participant of the program. So other companies as well in agri-tech, which is an upcoming sector. Organic farming, food processing was another sector that we found a lot in these applicants, and supply chain management. Quite interesting to have these sectors in the program as well. Talking about geographic, which we found really interesting, was that it was not just about Bagmati province. It was not just about Kathmandu, Lalitpur, and Bhaktapur. We had the second highest applicants from Karnali. That really showed that people of Karnali, the youth of Karnali, were interested in being part of these programs. And one thing I missed in the earlier segment was that all of these applicants were 18 to 30 years old. So it was all youth-led businesses who had just started in the field of agri-entrepreneurship. And that's really exciting for us to see youth not just in Kathmandu, not just in Bagmati, but from Sudur Pashchim, from Karnali, from Lumbini provinces as well, to be part of this event and to learn and scale their businesses. So once we had the applications in, we did a thorough need analysis. So we sent out surveys, questionnaires to see what exactly were they looking forward to, what exactly did they want to learn. And a few themes they kept on coming up. One theme was value chain. So they really wanted to know, how can I establish a good value chain for my business? The other was digital marketing. But apart from these, we had other sectors as well. But these were the two main things that had popped up in our surveys. So we curated a 3-day training program. So we had sectoral experts from throughout the spectrum to talk to these people, to talk to these entrepreneurs, to give them workshops as well. So I'll quickly talk about this 3-day bootcamp. So in this bootcamp, you can see the pictures. This bootcamp was held for 3 days, starting on International Youth Day. And in this, throughout these 3 days, these entrepreneurs stayed at a residential program. And in this program, they learned about various things like digital marketing, supply chain, value chain analysis, to empathy mapping, to understanding their consumers, customer relationship management, or CRM as well. So a lot of these factors, and we had an intensive bootcamp. And let's look at the sectoral experts now. So we had sectoral experts from throughout the spectrum. So we had Narottam sir giving a session on how can you make a startup pitch. So we had a pitching session as well, or competition. So we had Narottam sir come to these entrepreneurs and give a hands-on workshop on how they could build a good pitch to really sell their businesses. Apart from this, we had experts from banking sector as well. So Anand Subedi, who was the chief manager at Rashtriya Bank Bank, he came there to talk about how can these entrepreneurs leverage the existence of BFIs, what provisions are there for startups as well. So there is an all-rounded holistic approach towards them. Apart from that, we had a lot of other sectoral experts from Agri-Tech, Dr. Jeet Chand, who is also working in the Prime Minister Modernization Campaign. So not just these sectors, but other sectors such as user design, user interaction design, UI design. So all of those things were also incorporated in the 3-day intensive program. Towards the end of the second day of the program, we had a preliminary pitching session where these companies came together to pitch their ideas to a jury, to a panel. And in this jury, we had experts, investment experts from UNDP, experts from FAO, and other experts such as Sanjay Kafle and Prakriti Gautam, who had worked with agri-entrepreneurs and who are working in such similar fields. So from a huge pool of 28 teams, we got it down to 7 teams who participated in the final. And from that, we had 3 teams who were awarded a grant money of 1 lakh each. But I want to talk about the platform that this was for these companies. Yes, only 3 companies got to win the grant money. We only had 3 winners, but all of the people who came to the program, all of the entrepreneurs, they received a platform. They made connections. And many of these companies are here today. So if you were to go to the exhibition hall, you could see representatives from Eco Revive. You can see representatives from Kanduk industry. And I saw a lot of people carrying tote bags from Kanduk industry. So, we feel really happy to see that these companies actually came here as well and got to interact with all of you. Tower Organics as well, Sattva, Agrobotics, Snack-On, and many other companies who want to be a part of the program have now made connections, and that platform has allowed them to be part of this event and possibly other opportunities as well. So I want to stop here for 1 minute. So we've prepared a short booklet, and I'm sure most of you want to know what other companies were there. So I want you to take some time and scan the QR code on the screen, which will lead you to a booklet. And in that booklet, you can find the entrepreneurs who are representing those companies. What is the company doing? Towards what sustainable development goal are they working towards, and what is their innovation? Similarly, you can find details about where they are based, how many employees they have, what sector they're working on, and other details as well. So if you could, I'll quickly stop so you can scan the QR code. I'm assuming there is internet access here. So if you could quickly scan the QR code, you'll be directed to a flipbook. You can look at it now, or you can save the link later, and you can look at these amazing companies throughout Nepal that are emerging in the field of agri-entrepreneurship. So I'll be stopping for 30 seconds, so you can feel free to scan the QR code and then I'll move forward. Or you can take a picture of the QR code as well, you can scan it later, or you can scan it now, you can save the link as well. So I'm assuming, I don't see a lot of phones in the air, so I'm assuming you've taken the QR code or the picture. Oh, I see a few, so I'll just hold on for a few more seconds. All right, so it looks like we're done. So I'll move on forward. If anybody could not get the QR code, you can contact me. I'll be here. So I'll be happy to share the QR code as well with you. So in the final round, we had 7 teams, but all of the teams were fantastic with their innovations, but we could only select a few teams for the final round, and we had an intensive pitching session where they showed their product, they had their presentations, we had given them workshops on how to present as well, so that really helped them present their ideas in a more concise way. And we had 3 winners, as mentioned earlier, that is Sattva Foods, Jyoti Healthy Snacks or Snack On, and Tower Organics as well. If there is any representative from each of these companies, the 3 companies here, could you please raise your hand if you are here in this room right now? I've seen representatives from Snack On, they're not here. All right, no problem. We could have heard their experience as well, but no problem. So this was all about the event that we had done, and it was the first event that we held with specifically focusing on young agri-entrepreneurs. And I think we will have such events in the future. We are really looking forward to the second installment of this program, probably with a lot more teams, a lot more entrepreneurs, and a lot more excitement. So with that being said, I would end my experience sharing here, but I want to share one small quick video and then wrap up this presentation. So, before I move on to the video, just one short thing. So we had good media outreach as well. So these 3 startups, these 3 entrepreneurs, they were highlighted in various outlets, social media sites such as platforms such as Routine Nepal Bandha, Himalayan Times, Kathmandu Post. So it was a good exposure for not just the program, but mainly for the entrepreneurs who were part of this event and who got to win this event. So it was a good publicity or good outreach program for these entrepreneurs as well. And we're really happy to see these companies growing and through our efforts. So with that being said, let's look at a quick video and then we can wrap it up.
एग्रिकल्चरको लागि ठुलो मार्केट अनि गभर्नमेन्ट ओन मार्केट हो।
अहिले किराको ठाउँमा म आफ्नो भविष्य खोजिरहेको छु।
मैले इन्भेस्ट गरेँ भने कति % रिटर्न दिनुहुन्छ मलाई?
यहाँ चाहिँ एकदम बिग प्लेयर्सहरू पनि छ फर्मिङ कम्पोस्टमा। हाउ यु आर सिइङ हाउ यु क्यान कम्पिट विथ देम?
हरेक सहरका एउटा घरमा चाहिँ हाम्रो टावर हुनुपर्छ भन्ने हाम्रो अल्टिमेट योजना रहेको छ। कम्पोस्ट पनि हुने भयो प्लस यतापट्टि हाम्रो हेयर केयरमा पनि युज हुने भयो।
So where do you source your spices? Or is it you made from all the way here?
I'm so proud of you all. पावरमा कुनै पनि माटोको प्रयोग हुँदैन र आफ्नो स्मार्टफोनमा एउटा ट्याप गरेको भरमा चाहिँ पानी हाल्न मिल्छ र जमिनमा गर्ने खेतीभन्दा 90% कम पानीको प्रयोग हुन्छ र छिटो पनि फल्छ माटोमा भन्दा 3 times faster जुन चाहिँ सागजन्य तरकारीहरू
talking about export potential, where do you think we stand?
एक डेढ वर्ष भयो मैले गरेको र I am fully satisfied.
We have our farmer group based in Bodhya, Salyan, Sukhet and Mahendranagar.
Some farmers might use pesticide, some farmers might grow on the organic. So how you maintain this quality and food safety?
We are a health food manufacturing beast in Kathmandu, Nepal. And what we do is produce healthy, preservative-free snacking options like nut butters and nutrition bars.
What is your plan? Where do you plan to build farmers or how are you planning to partner?
Thank you so much. But before I leave this platform, I would just like to request everybody to check out the exhibition hall and to especially find the teams Kanduk, Sattva, Agrobotics, Tower Organics, and all the other teams that were part of National Youth Agri-Innovation Challenge. I'm sorry if I missed a few of them, but I do hope that you get to talk about these experiences from this program and how that has helped them as well. So with that being said, I would like to thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swastik sir, for such a comprehensive presentation, and especially the video at the end. It truly felt like we were all watching a documentary, right? So all the details and everything, it was really wonderful and really inspiring. And I hope someone who is thinking about starting their entrepreneurship journey or has a brainchild in their mind regarding possible innovations will be inspired to follow suit with that. So moving ahead, next we have the youth assembly session on the theme mainstreaming youth in agri-food system transformation. So before we move into the session, first of all, I would like to start with a very simple question. So how many of us used to participate in debates during our school days and college days? Debates. Okay, around 40%, I would say. How many of us would participate in public speaking, like competitions and all of that? Okay, a little more than that. So today in this youth assembly session, which is the heart of today's Nepal Youth Action event, we are going to engage young minds to think critically, to think in a different way, and to change your perspective about what debate is actually. So for that, we will discuss about youth-led advocacy coupled with strategic debating skill that can shape a resilient and sustainable agri-future. So without any further ado, I would like to welcome on stage the representatives of Debate Network Nepal. Debate Network Nepal, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello.
Good afternoon and namaste to everyone. I'm Ashima Talise and I'm the current Vice Chair and Director of Programs at Debate Network Nepal. Talking about Debate Network Nepal, a lot of you guys would be thinking what Debate Network Nepal actually does, because there is debate in it, in its name itself, right? So basically, Debate Network Nepal was established in 2013 and it was officially registered in 2015 as a non-profit, profit not distributing social enterprise. And we have been institutionalizing the culture of debating and critical thinking since then. So moving forward, DNN works in two different fields, civic spaces and education. So clearly today we are here in a civic space where we all have gathered to discuss about various problems and issues that's going on in the agri-food system and innovation, right? So yeah, moving forward. So moving forward, this session is going to be about 25 minutes. So firstly, I'll be explaining about how do you critically think or how do you critically solve any kind of problems, right? So basically, I'd like to ask first, how many of you have previously participated in critical thinking process or exercised critical thinking quickly? Please, anyone, if you have done it before, please raise your hand quickly. I cannot see any hands raised, so, okay. So, a few of you guys have previously done critical thinking, right? So the basic idea of critical thinking is the 5 points that has been mentioned in the screen. The first is observation, analysis, decision-making, action, and consequences. So moving forward, what is the process of critical thinking, right? So first comes observation. So how do you observe a problem or a situation? You question what's going on. You question what is the problem. So first, you clearly define what is the problem or issue that's going on currently. Then you move on to analyzing why is it necessary to solve those problems. You go into a deeper level, questioning why is it important to tackle this problem, why is it important to talk about this problem, right? So you go into a deeper level and think about why the problem arises, why the problem should be solved. Then you go into how. Now there are two different things that gets linked to how. First is decision making and the second is action plan. So firstly, the immediate solution that you make for the problem comes under a decision making. Because for example, if you are talking about agri-food system, a simple example like Nepal ma chai, because there is no sufficient rain, farmers are facing problem to properly give water to their crops in Tarai, right? So basically there is a lack of water resources and proper management of water supply for growing proper crops. So to tackle such problems, what could be the immediate solution? First could be maybe harvesting the rainwater, because the most easiest form of water to be reserved is rainwater, right? So the decision that you make to harvest the rainwater is a kind of immediate solution that you bring for a problem. But then moving on for a durable solution, under how to tackle the problem, maybe you can think about a solution such as there are dams like Bagmati ko different to pani chai differently divide गरेर direction change गरेर they take the water, right? So two way ma chai if like river water लाई नै properly manage गरेर proper flow ma water divide गरेर proper timely continuous supply गरिराख्यो भने चाहिँ maybe that could be another durable solution for future, right? So under how, you question what should be done immediately And if the immediate solution is not something that can tackle the problem, then you go further and question like what could be the more durable and more proper solution to a problem. So coming to so what, you after you have figured out the problem, you have questioned what is the problem, you have gone into a deeper level, questioning why is it important, then you have gone to another deeper level, questioning how to solve the problem. There are two layers like immediate solution and durable solution. But now there are some things such as consequences of the solution as well. So to tackle the consequences that comes after implementing the policies and solutions that are made to tackle problem or issues at hand, you need to question further so what can be done further to solve the consequences that occur even after finding out the proper solution to any kind of problem, right? So these are the four major process that comes under critical thinking. And if any one of you were present there in the pre-consultation Agri-Food Symposium, we had given another way of critically analyzing the problem. That was CREAM format. So C stands for claim, R stands for reasoning, E stands for evidence, and AM stands for acknowledgement and mitigation. So if you look at this, the thing that I previously talked about, what, why, how, and so what, that comes under this format, where claim is the problem statement that you are stating. Reasoning is the why question, the answer to the question why. So why is it important? The reasoning is that. Then moving forward, there is evidence. So you give evidence to like why the problem should be solved. Why is it necessary to solve the problem, right? And then lastly, you acknowledge, you mitigate, like you search for prevention methods, you search for so what, you search for the answer to like the consequences that occur after the solutions that are made. So we are quickly, we have already provided the motion to our debate facilitators. So we are going to discuss in groups. So we are going to quickly discuss on the motion. This House supports the notion that youth-driven innovations and entrepreneurship are crucial for creating resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. So the basic problem statement for this motion is, who is the best actor to create a resilient and sustainable agri-food system? So I'd like to ask everyone who's there in the table to make a group of around 6 to 7 people. Quickly. I'd like to ask help from the NFF team as well.
So hello everyone. As mentioned by Ashima here, so how many of you were attending the National Youth Agriculture Symposium, the Youth Agriculture Symposium? How many of you were present there? Please stand up. Okay. So we had already mentioned earlier that you guys would be the leaders in this session, right? So I would like to encourage you to like make a group, at least be like 2 people from the people that were attending the earlier session should be there. So prepare groups in that way. Okay, you can just, we don't have numbering, we are not, it's up to you. So the leaders are requested to gather their own groups. You will be provided with the stationery. Okay, participants, the group discussion session is limited for only 15 minutes because half of the participants present here already know what is happening. They can guide other members. So please not just loiter here and there, and start making groups and discussing. The stationery will be provided very shortly.
Hello everyone again. So if you guys are confused about what you're going to discuss on, I previously showed a slide. There was a problem statement on like what are the innovations that should be made for agri-food system. So you guys should, the goal for your discussion should be to figure out how to strengthen the agri-food system innovation rather than focusing on like the motion itself. You guys should be discussing freely about any of your ideas that's flowing, right? So you guys come up with what kind of innovations can be done for agri-food system, and because we have a time constraint, sadly you will not be presenting it right now, but we will give chance to a few of you after the demo debate. So yeah, your time starts now for the discussion. And please don't forget the format, right? What, why, how, and so what.
तिनवटा यता तिनवटा ठ्याक्क इच अदरलाई अपोजिट फेस गर्ने अलिक पछाडि तान्नु होइन ठिक छ त होइन त्यसलाई त्यस्तो त्यो प्यानल डिस्कसन होइन यतै हिँड्छ एक अर्थालाई चाहिँ फेस गर्नु के हुन्छ प्यानल डिस्कसन होइन यस्तो हो यस्तो हुनु पऱ्यो उनीहरूको अगाडि
अडियन्सले पनि हेर्नु पऱ्यो नि त फेरि पऱ्यो
अडियन्सले पनि बोल्ने मान्छे बढी
Hello. So there has been a small mistake from our side. We earlier informed that we would be providing chart papers, right? So chart papers was provided earlier because each of the group would have to come here and present, and we would want each of the things to be visible. But for today, as all of you will not be presenting, only a sample representative, only one group or at max 2 group will be presenting. So please work on the notebooks that have been provided to you. We'll click photographs of each of the notebook for our reference. Thank you. Okay, participants, last 5 seconds remaining. Please work accordingly.
Hi everyone. The time is up for the discussion. यहाँ धेरैजनाले चाहिँ 15 मिनट ग्रुप डिभिजन गर्नलाई चाहिँ हो भनी ठानेर डिस्कसन गरिरहनु भएको रहेनछ. सो त्यसको लागि चाहिँ बिकज अलिकति टाइम कन्स्ट्यान्ट भएको भएर चाहिँ तपाईहरुलाई 15 मिनट नै थियो डिस्कस गर्नलाई. हामी चाहिँ नाउ वी आर गोइङ फरवर्ड टु अनदर सेसन that is going to be moderated by the chair of Debate Network Nepal. So यहाँ चाहिँ तपाईहरुले यही मोसनमा चाहिँ कसरी चाहिँ आइडियाजहरु क्रीम फर्मेट युज गरेर हाम्रो डिएनएन को डिबेट फ्यासिलिटेटर्सहरुले चाहिँ कसरी आइडियाजहरु ल्याउनु हुँदै रहेछ, डिस्कोर्स कसरी हुँदै रहेछ भनेर हेर्न जानु हुँदैछ. So without any further ado, I'd like to hand over the mic to Mr. Shashank Joshi.
Hello. It's on. You? Okay. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. This is something that we do at Debate Network Nepal. When I say clap one, everybody in one go, in one synchronized way, everybody clap one. Clap one. Clap one. Clap two. One. मैले clap भनेन है. So, hi everyone, my name is Shashank Joshi. I'm the current chair of the board of directors at Debate Network Nepal. For the past 7 years, I've been engaged with parliamentary debate, public speaking, training. I started as a young debater back in 2017. I used to debate as an individual, but before I knew the scopes of parliamentary debate, I think can we move into the next slide? The final slide. Next. One more. We'll get back to you. Okay. So my name is Shashank again. You guys had a discussion here on the motion. You guys understood what the problem statement is. So the goal, the approach is to find out on which side is agri-food innovation better. So the debate that you are going to see here, as Ashima stated before, we all have debated, but parliamentary debate, the debate model that we are going to follow today, is the Asian parliamentary debate format, which is practiced largely in Asia. So, पहिला debate individually गरिन्थ्यो. It was done individually in the primitive times. Nowadays, debate is done in groups. It's done in team. So, Asian parliamentary format follows where we had two teams, where the side that supports the motion, that speaks for the motion, is side government, and the side that opposes the motion, that thinks the other approach is better, is the side opposition. So to facilitate this debate, and for this debate, the speaking time is 8 minutes per speaker, but because we have a time constraint here, every speaker will have 5 minutes of speech, and the goal is the first speaker is the Prime Minister, second speaker Deputy Speaker, and the third speaker is Whip, that we call नेपालीमा भन्नु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ प्रधानमन्त्री, उप-प्रधानमन्त्री र सचेतकको भूमिका चाहिँ सरकार पक्षबाट, the government side speak in that particular format, whereas on side opposition we follow the format of leader of opposition, deputy leader of opposition, and the opposition whip. नेपालीमा भन्नु पर्दा प्रतिपक्षको नेता, प्रतिपक्ष दलको उपनेता र प्रतिपक्षका सचेतक. We have two reply speeches at the end, which means both the teams get to summarize their speech, and in between every speech there's a term. So if you guys hear a term, that's called a POI. Please don't be confused. POI stands for point of information, which means a civilized way of asking a question, which I think Nepal should get accustomed to sooner or later, because it's going to help us a lot. Now, without any further ado, first I'd like to invite the government team to the stage. First is someone who represented Nepal in the Nepali national debate team in the Serbia World Championship this year. Also, the national record holder, Ms. Songya Pandey, as the Prime Minister of the debate. Second, as the Deputy Prime Minister of the government, we have someone that represented Team Nepal in the World Championship 2023 in Vietnam, the national championship winner in the same year, and the current program coordinator at Debate Network Nepal, Ms. Minerva Chuniomukaji. The third speaker from side government is someone who, out of very few names, represented Nepal twice in the World Championship in 2023 in Vietnam, 2024 in the record-breaking team in Serbia, and one of the finest speakers we have, Mr. Sujal Khadka. If you guys agree with their ideas, please don't try to clap loudly, first. Second, please try to maintain pin drop silence in the room, because I think if you guys have to be a good speaker, you guys also need to be a very good listener. Point is sunena bhane, how are we going to analyze it later? And third, if you guys agree with something, you can gently use the desk to appreciate them, or you can do simply like this, whatever works for you. So now, without any further ado, inviting the Prime Minister to open the debate. Here.
Hi everyone, can you hear me well? Okay, great. I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Contrary to popular belief, hunger is not a distant crisis. It is a tragedy that is unfolding in the lives of millions every single day. But we are blind to this tragedy because we live in a system that is tolerable and we think that it is okay to keep tolerating. Side proposition tells you it's time to stop tolerating. It's time to start moving towards something that is extraordinary. It's time to start moving towards something that is inclusive and make sure that the needs of all are accommodated, not just the needs of a few. In terms of the characterization for today's debates, I want to talk to you first about what it means for this approach to be youth-driven. By youth-driven, we think that these entrepreneurs, these entrepreneurial ventures are likely to be led by youth. Why do we think that this is necessarily a good thing? For a few key reasons. The first of which is that we think that the youth is accustomed to dealing with small scale problems. Just given the fact that when the youth is going to start out with their entrepreneurial venture, they are not going to have access to many resources. They will have to start out small. When they start out small, they are necessarily going to be made familiar with all the issues that exist at the grassroots levels of their specific communities. We think that this is very different to how conglomerates and corporates operate in the status quo today. To the people, very different to the individuals who control the global supply chains today, because they are likely to be unfamiliar with how it is that these systems actually operate at grassroots levels. We think that the youth is going to have access to this, however. We also think that the youth is going to be more adaptable and open to novel approaches, just given the fact that they are not going to suffer from innovator's dilemma, which is a phenomena wherein the more you know about a subject, the more you know about how a specific new approach can go wrong. So you're less likely to take new approaches because you're more comfortable with things that have been tried and tested. We think that the youth, however, is going to adopt for things that are going to be novel, that are going to be risky, but at the same time, things that promise high returns. Now, there might be a question on opposition here. What if the youth fails? We think that that is completely okay, insofar as we think that entrepreneurial ventures fail all the time in the status quo as well. We don't necessarily think that that's the big problem, because we think that while some ventures will definitely fail, and that might be the majority, there's going to be a few ventures that succeed, and they are going to succeed so magnificently that they're going to change the future of the global supply chains. They're going to change the future of how things operate in the world. They're going to bring food to individuals who are deprived of it, and we think that that is a risk that is worth taking. Secondly then, what do we think it means for agriculture to be resilient? We think that when we say agriculture needs to be resilient, we need it to withstand and recover from shocks that can come in many different forms, such as climate change, economic disruptions, or market volatility. When we say that we want it to be sustainable similarly, we mean that we want agriculture to also similarly meet the needs of the future generations, and ensure that the ability of the present generations to meet their needs has not compromised the ability of the future generations to do the same. The arguments for you in the context of this debate then are, firstly, youths are going to be agents of innovation. Now, I just want to give you a short and illustrative example here. In China, for hundreds of years, soil testing was something that was only kept to the academics, for the reason that soil testing is generally very expensive and it is not something that can be implemented in a wide variety of areas. Youth in China, however, were able to experiment scientifically and come up with strategies through which they were able to bring soil testing strategies to farmers. This helped China in two ways. First of all, they were now able to get a larger collection of samples because farmers were also able to supply their samples to academia. Second of all, by using this testing strategies, farmers were similarly able to benefit from also taking on their samples. Yes, your point.
What makes you think that a 40-year-old person will not be innovative enough as much as a youth?
I think what makes me think that is reasons that I've already given you in the debate. First of all, it is biologically proven that risk-taking capability extends and is at the highest, is at the peak from ages 17 to 27. So science is on my side, not on yours. But second of all, I also think that the older you are, the more you know about the world, and the more you know about how you're going to fail. So you're just more risk-averse. This is something that is simple logic. Then moving on to how youth are going to be agents of innovation. We think that youth are going to have access to technology such as AI. They're going to be disruptive in terms of how they want to innovate, and we think that they're going to use this to make supply chains more efficient. Now, the most important thing, why is this necessary? Why is this crucial? We think this is necessary just for the fact that individuals who are running the global supply chains today benefit from them, and they've gotten too comfortable with how they are. So they don't want to innovate. They don't want to include people who've been previously left out. We think that the only people who have an incentive to make sure that these people are included are people who are not benefiting from the current system. And those people are the youth. That's why, if you want to ensure that we have a system that is equitable, that is inclusive, and that is youth-led, vote proposition.
I'd like to thank the speaker for the fine speech. You spoke for 4 minutes and 53 seconds. To respond, inviting the leader of opposition from the opposition side. Here.
I hope I'm audible even at the back. Okay. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. I turned 20 last April, and I consider myself to be an entrepreneur. In fact, you could even call me a farmer. You would say, why? Because I make strawberry tarts, and I set up my stall in the farmer's market every Saturday. You wonder where I get my strawberries from? I get it from an old lady in the Kakani area, and I pay rupees 40 per kg to her, and then I make my strawberry tarts and sell it at rupees 250 per piece. Now you tell me, if you promote the notion that side proposition is promoting, you're promoting youths like me. That is to say, youths like me who are willing to exploit people in the grassroots who sell strawberries for a daily living. The real farmers are in the jeopardy here. And if you think that you want to vote for these youths, then sure. But this will cause multiple harms, and I'll tell you why. And the rebuttals in my speech will also be included in my substantive arguments. First idea. As Sangya said, there are a lot of reasons why youths are adaptable and open-minded, right? Which is likely to say that youths are likely to not cater to the needs or cater to the ideas that already exist in the status quo. What kind of ideas am I talking about? Ideas that indigenous farmers promote. Think about the western area, in the far western province. Have you ever thought about the dietary plans that people there eat? It's very sustainable in a way that the people consume things like dupka and things that dishes that probably we've never even heard about, right? Buckwheat, that is not mostly consumed inside Kathmandu, but is considered to be healthier than rice. These people consume these products, these dishes, and their dietary plans are far more sustainable than what we consume in the cities and what are consumed by the youths. Now, it is the need of today that these indigenous practices are to be revamped. They are to be brought in the mainstream social media. They are to be talked about to bring food sustainability at large. Because think about it, who are the people who are making environments sustainable? Sure, it's not the corporations, right? As Sangya also conceded to that. It's the people who live in the Himalayas, people who live in the hilly areas, people who are generally catering to the forest. These people are most affected by climate change, and these are the people who have the most sustainable practices. Now you tell me, the youths who have gone to posh schools, probably Harvard, probably schools in Nepal that are also posh, they have the money that they require in order to get loans. Because when we say youths, we're not talking about not now. We're not talking about the youths from villages. Think about it. We're talking about youths who have a lot of money or who have a lot of social capital. In a sense that if I go to a bank and if I ask for a loan to start a new startup, I will probably not get it if I don't have a big collateral to keep, right? Which means the youths who are going to get the loans to start their startup are going to be youths who belong to posh families, youths who go to posh schools. Now, what sort of narratives will they perpetuate when they're talking about sustainable foods? They'll probably be talking about the Western vegan idea. Do you think like vegan food is expensive? I thought vegan food was expensive because dairy products are generally cheaper outside of Nepal. But if you think about it, in reality in Nepal, most people who are vegetarian don't really consume dairy products. It's actually so much cheaper to consume vegan food within Nepal, right? So such indigenous practices within the country will be jeopardized. The idea, the inventions of the indigenous people will not be considered. Now, this is a huge problem because if these people are not included in this movement is not going to be sustainable. Second, the youths, even if we consider them in their best case scenario, and even if youths are working in their best faith and considering the ideas of the indigenous people will be less likely to collaborate with these youths because they'll be a little taken aback. Yes, sure.
Do you think that corporations, which is the counterfactual, are more likely to consider indigenous ideas, or are youth more likely to consider?
Got it. Sorry, our counterfactuals aren't just corporations. We're talking about big organizations such as FAO. Like right now, we are talking about organizations that talk about food and different, this is not an individual. This is not just one youth. This is an entire organization talking here. These people are working for the indigenous people, for food sustainability, right? So organizations like this still exist. It's not just corporations that are profit-oriented. We're also talking about, I think they've all misunderstood the debate as well, because we're not just talking about individuals. In this debate, I think the main clash should be youths versus other stakeholders. But I think this debate, as they characterized it, is youth versus corporations. I don't think that's a debate. Second is how this enfranchises other stakeholders. What do I mean by other stakeholders? Usually, other stakeholders here, under their side of the case, when youths are at the focus of this movement, if I go for a loan, if this notion is passed, the government will probably perpetuate ideas like, oh, if a youth comes to you, bank, please give them the loan because they're youths. And we consider them to be the lifeline of this movement. Now, that way, other people who would require that loan, for example, a 40-year-old farmer or a cooperative made up of farmers, will probably disenfranchised of that loan. So if you think you want to empower the real farmers in the world, you have to vote for side opposition. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the leader of opposition for the powerful speech. To continue with the responses and the case, inviting the Deputy Prime Minister. Here. Hello. Hello.
Am I audible to everyone in the room? Thank you. Just give me a few seconds to arrange my notes. Okay. I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. 2 questions I would like to ask to the opposition. Firstly, what gives you the drive to innovate? And secondly, on the question of who controls the agri-food systems. On the first question, the drive to innovate, this is a direct response to their claim that in these communities, in indigenous communities, in marginalized communities, it's not going to be the youths in these communities who are going to come forward and innovate. It's going to be privileged people, just like us on the stage right now talking about these problems and not going to the grassroots level instead, who are going to be going to banks, getting loans, taking away opportunities from other people. To that, I want to talk about something called disruptive innovation. Currently, the world is stagnant in the sense that everything has been standardized and we don't see the sort of innovations that should be coming forward. You hear in Sangya's speech that problems exist, that so many communities are going ignored. This is when the idea of disruptive innovation comes in. What is disruptive innovation then? Simply, anything that is undesirable or ignored. That's when you come in, right? The thing is, the desire to innovate, the desire to disrupt, desire to change comes from a place of frustration for many people. There's a very simple example for this. Portuguese youths took 32 countries to trials for wildfire problems. These are not people that were very, very privileged. They were people whose houses burned down in wildfires, whose lives were lost, who lost so much of their lives, and they could not go back to normal after these situations. These were the people who started change, who went forward, who begged for innovation, who went forward and became innovators themselves to tackle these problems. These were the sort of people coming from grassroots level. So we think when opposition comes forward and tells us that everybody's going to be this Western vegan-based sort of innovators, that is completely false. Because we cannot just generalize everybody as such, right? Within this room as well, even though some of us are from very, very privileged backgrounds, there are still some of us who have gone through these grassroots level problems. There are still some of us who have seen our parents like suffering from problems in the agri-food system, people who have seen what harms come forward when there's a disruption in the system, people who see when prices rise up of food, people who see when there's not enough food to sustain, when there's not even good vegetables, when the prices of goods are too high. We have seen these problems, so I don't see how they can just come forward and push this entire narrative, I'll be taking that later, that the only sort of people making this sort of change are going to be these privileged sort of youths. But this brings me to the point of disruptive innovation once again. We need disruptive innovation right now because this is the sort of innovation that tackles the lower end of things. I think Sangya talked about something called small impacts, right? Small problems that go unnoticed most of the time because there's larger things to be dealt with. But see how this simple example of like the research center in China, and see how other research centers as such pops up, right? The soil testing sort of revolution that took forward in China, the innovation that came forward, that exists in other countries in other ways as well, right? Because youths exist in so many countries and this sort of problem exists in so many nations as well. So there's other innovators right now trying to create this sort of change, this accessible, affordable sort of change, right? Which means these small micro impacts come together to form a larger impact, which is now farmers have the ability to test soil on their own home ground. They don't have to go to faraway research centers. They don't have to spend tons of money for a simple test that can be done in their home. That is the sort of innovation that we talk about. That's the sort of problems that we are trying to solve. I'll be taking that point.
Sure, not all privileged youths are bad, but if there's an opening for example, $50,000, should a cooperative consisting of 15 farmers get it, or a posh youth?
I think this can be answered by their own claim that organizations such as FAO exist in agri-food systems. These organizations propel youths which exist in the grassroots levels itself. So I'm not saying that, so there's no sort of point where it comes forward that all sort of opportunities are being stripped away, because other organizations, NGOs, INGOs exist to support these sort of cooperatives, to support these sort of farmers. What we're just saying is innovation should be pushed. Now, coming forward to the second question, in who runs the agri-food systems, right? This is a very simple question to be answered because they talk about FAO and such, right? But the main people who are involved are conglomerates, big businesses which exist in these agri-food systems, which exist to generate profit. Now, what happens is these big businesses, even if they want to change the system, even if they want to disrupt the change system and bring forward good change, good innovation, new ideologies, they can't because there's so many constraints. Constraints such as consumers, market demands, different laws and policies. A very simple example of this is, again, Nivea is a company that we all know and have used before, right? So Nivea does animal testing, and right now in the climate of the world right now, we generally believe it's not ethical, it's immoral, right? But this, they still have to do it because in certain countries the demand for animal testing products exists. So they just can't come forward and start changing a lot of things on the ground. But individuals, youths can do that, hence vote for proposition.
I'd like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister for the speech. A gentle request, when the speaker is speaking, try to maintain silence because we all are taking notes here. It will be very disruptive as per the disruptive innovation that they brought forward. Without any further ado, inviting the Deputy Leader of Opposition to continue. Here.
Hi everyone, I'm audible, I assume. Okay, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. It seems that proposition do not really understand this debate. Firstly, they say they come here and they have been successfully able to prove that, oh, people that are not youth are biologically incapable to innovate because they are biologically incapable to take risk. And they say, oh yes, innovation happens, but how is that sustainable or resilient is never proven. They think that just because innovation happens, that it is just magically going to be sustainable and innovative and resilient, right? Now, what our argument is, they don't really understand the motion itself. First, let's see the motion in itself. Whether this house supports the notion. So notion gets transferred into a narrative pretty soon. Now, what does this look like? If there is a notion that youth are crucial is not a small word. Crucial means that now all the policies that are being to be made in the field of food system will be centered towards youth because there is this notion that is existing in this society that the youth are absolutely crucial to solve this problem, right? Now, what does the policy look like? The policy will look like if somebody takes out an agriculture or farming loan, there might be a youth criteria who will get a lower interest. Our side of the argument is, what are kind of youth are the people that are in the entrepreneurial side. These are not youth from the major stakeholder sides, such as farmers or people from these indigenous regions that are not urban. Because all of us know and we can agree to the fact that a lot of major stakeholders exist in the non-urban part of any country. These are probably people from the rural parts, right? Now, will they have access to innovation? Will they have access to entrepreneurship? When Shalupa comes here and says, oh, I am a farmer who brings strawberries from Kokani at a very low price and then sells it at a very high price, yes, these are the people that will get benefited by this notion existing in this society, right? Now moving forward, in this debate, I don't know how they are going to come back in this debate, because now they don't have any way to, they don't have the avenue to bring in new argument to certainly say, oh yes, innovation magically brings out the sustainability in their side, right? Now, why will innovation exist in our side? In their side, just the fact that you are in a youth and you go to a bank, the bank will say, take this money, you have low interest loans, right? Now you have low interest rates. And money will be so much easier to acquire in their side, to bring entrepreneurial ventures. And these will be also accessed by this really posh youths. Now, in our side, why innovation will exist? Because now, since the notion, we reject this notion or we don't support this notion, money will be much more harder. You need to have good ideas to get those loans. You need to have good incentive to get these grants. The fact that you are just youth won't make you get this money or won't let you get this grant. So competition will exist and youth will compete within one another for these to make innovation happen or to make entrepreneurship flourish way more, right? So this will happen in our side. This is the drive. When Songya asked, what is your drive to create innovation? This is our drive. And our side will cater to indigenous people more. Since the notion is not floating around, the government will be much more open-minded towards seeing these people rather than just saying, oh, youth are the future and we must just invest in youth. And all the resources will be taken away by these posh youths, right? Now, Minerva says that yes, youth exist and they see the problem. Just seeing the problem does not mean you are going to solve the problem, right? Her entire argument about the fact that the youth are in their side is going to cater to the indigenous people is that they see the problems of the indigenous people. Firstly, that's completely untrue. Secondly, just seeing the problem, if just seeing the problem makes you solve the problem, I believe the world will be such a great place to live in, but sadly that's not the case. Now, okay, so what do we get from this debate so far? In their sides, sustainability does not exist. Resilient agri-food system does not exist. Youth do not cater to the indigenous part. And whereas in our side, all the sustainability and innovation is systematically encouraged and exists. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Deputy Leader of Opposition for the fine speech, for the response and the final substantive speech. I'd like to invite the government whip. Also a clarification. As you guys can see, when the debaters are debating here, the speakers are asking POI or point of information. So any speaker that's speaking in the podium can either accept or reject the POI. It's in their favor. But if they reject the POI, that can cost them their argument or cost them their debate. So small technical issue that I'd like to highlight, inviting the government whip. Here.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Fine? Great, okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. It is rather funny to me that the other side calls us out for being unrealistic and not in touch with the current world, when in my speech I'm going to prove to you why their side assumes a utopian society where 40-year-olds are like willing to give up their safety of their job, their families to go on and take risky innovations, where corporates who just fund CSR into building futsal courts and basketball courts are somehow going to go into villages and spend thousands of dollars of profit to basically benefit society. I don't really see how those reasons reasons make sense. That is why we win this speech. I'm going to prove to you through more reasons in my speech. Firstly, then, a few rebuttals. Their first claim is that youths that actually know what the problem is will not get the funds or will not be able to innovate. I think this is simply not true. Let's look at it on a few levels. Firstly, who are the people that get grants from large associations like FAO or from universities for research? These are not people that are rich. These are people that have compelling ideas in terms of their proposals. Therefore, even if some spoiled kids exist in the world, we are ready to trade that off for the fact that a lot of people do exist who actually have faced the problems and who are going to be able to solve those problems. Secondly then, they try to prove symmetricity because they're like, even if youths exist, here is why they lose. This is because they're going to buy strawberries for rupees 40. Now in isolation this might seem very, very bad, but what they conveniently left out of their speeches was what this strawberry seller was doing when they didn't have that youth. Was there strawberries even in the market? I think a more likely illustration is that these people had no way of reaching the market in the first place. So this illustration perfectly comes in a point where these youths and these entrepreneurs, even in our worst case scenario like they said, work as a link between the producers and the market. I think at this point it's easy to see why a lot of their claims necessarily function in isolation, and that's not how this works. Yes?
So, agri-food systems, they consist of agricultural cycles, market dynamics, logistical challenges. How do you think youths can deal with the necessity of experience and expertise in this case?
Okay, the clear clarification here is that I don't want an 18-year-old leading a farm. I want an 18-year-old creating smaller entrepreneurships, smaller innovations that help this farm function in a way which is the most sustainable, which is the most resilient to issues like climate change. I think when these people have most access in terms of knowledge to these issues, I think that is why these people are most effective. All right then, let's look at their other claims. They say that, oh, but these youths are going to get loans, which means farmers won't get loans. Firstly, I don't think this is what the debate is about. I think the resources that these youths get comes from universities, comes from organizations. I think farmers getting loans and youths getting resources to innovate are two very, very different things. However, I want to clarify our argument and why, even after all of those things, even if we buy all of those things, we still win the debate. Youth-driven innovations and entrepreneurships are crucial for creating resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. That is what we're here to debate today. And in that context, what you need to realize is that agri-food systems are very, very diverse, which is to say that it's not just about producing food. If you produce a lot of crops, you need a way to store it. But even that's not enough, because if you find a way to store those crops, you need to transport it. And then you need to deal with the variety of issues that come with every single one of these things that you need to do in the every step of agri-food systems. Because if you find a cheaper way of transport, that's going to harm climate change, which means in the long run it's going to harm agriculture. So you can see how this is a self-fulfilling cycle of dying agriculture. We think youths then play a very, very unique role. Why? Because number one, even if 40-year-olds can innovate, they never prove to us why they would innovate. And we think that these two things are very, very different. Because of safety, because of families. We think because youths, number one, because they're fresh out of things like university, fresh out of academics. Number two, because they have not a lot to lose. They don't really have high-paying jobs in most instances. They are ready to take the bet. We think because of all of these things, number one, youths are likely to go for more innovative changes. Youths are more likely to establish smaller profit margins because they don't really have an idea for all of those things. What does this mean then? This means that youths create technologies like a COP sensor, which has very, very low profit margin of like 10 rupees per COP, not even that probably, but they're going to supply those things to farmers, which means that they have better ideas of when to plant those crops. They're probably going to create better transportation systems, which allows all of these people to transport their goods better. Now, at the end of the day, what this means is that other institutions like governments cannot uniquely come into these places. And why is this the case? Because a government or a large institution has a lot of different stakeholders it needs to cater to, which means that there's probably agricultural mafias who profit from the fact that people aren't able to sell all of their goods, which means that there are institutions or lobbyists which make it so that government aren't able to do what they want to do or what they should do. Youths are separate from this because they don't have those vested interests. They don't have lobbyists going after them, telling them to not profit society in the way in which like perversely profits them instead. Therefore, I think it's pretty easy to see which side actually deals with the issues. Vote proposition. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, bear with us to respond So we have one final substantive speech and 2 minutes of reply speech each remaining, after which we'll have a short debrief for 5 minutes and we'll end the session. For the last substantive speech from OP, inviting the opposition whip. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only way in which the proposition is going to win this debate is if they tell us that youth suddenly disappear in our side. Just because they say that youth-driven entrepreneurships and innovations are crucial, we are not denying the existence of youth on our side. On our side of the house too, youths will be innovating. But we are giving them priority only if their idea is good. The 18-year-old that Sujal envisioned also exists in our side, but he or she is not getting the opportunity or the advantage just because he or she is a youth. He will get the opportunity if his or her idea is good. Now, what I want to say and reiterate is that the notion that youth-driven innovatives and entrepreneurship are crucial for resilient and sustainable agri-food system is overly optimistic. Youths indeed play a crucial role, but they are not the cornerstones. A POI that I raised to the government whip: the agri-food systems are a complex system. They consist of agricultural cycles, market dynamics, logistical challenges, which requires a lot of experience and expertise, which might not come in case of a youth. This 18-year-old, which they say is just fresh out of high school, fresh out of university, might not know how these agri-food systems actually work in a society. When they talk about innovation and adaptability, understand in most of the cases, the innovations that youths bring to the table are flashy, trendy technologies that may not be suitable for all contexts, especially in developing countries where traditional methods have been honed for generations to suit local conditions. For example, there is a brilliant AI technology, but it does not even help a farmer predict the weather patterns. How does that help people or farmers in the rural areas? This innovation that they're talking about is for the privileged youth who have money, who have resources, and most of the times they are in an urban setting. Now let us look at the major clashes in this debate. On their side of the house, they expect to change the entire structure of agri-food systems. But we have to understand that agri-food systems involve complex supply chains, policy frameworks, and global trade dynamics. It's unrealistic to expect that a few youth-led strategies can reform these deep-rooted structures. Now, you are totally ignoring on your side of the house the stakeholders. To have a successful, sustainable, and resilient agri-food system, there has to be a lot of stakeholders that are coexisting. Experienced farmers, established agro-industries, government bodies, international organizations. When you prioritize only youths, just because they're youths, these entire stakeholders are neglected, and they lose a lot of incentives and advantages to work. Now, when we look at the clashes of this debate, first, the only assumption that the government side is making is that youths will make good innovations and these innovations are going to be sustainable, which is a fundamental logical fallacy, because not all innovations that youth do are going to be sustainable. We have proved on our side that indigenous practices have also proved out to be sustainable for so many years. And to make a drastic change, 1 or 2 youth-led strategies might work in a country like ours. But that innovations is not mutually exclusive to their side. Innovations by youth also happens on our side of the house. Let's look at the inclusivity in their side of the house. They say they're catering to only the youths, whereas we talk about the grassroots level farmers, we talk about cooperatives, we're talking about old age farmers who might not have the resources but are likely to make changes in their own surroundings. Now let us do a stakeholder analysis to understand who actually wins this debate. First, who are the stakeholders in this debate? Farmers of the agri-food system. In their side of the house, youths get loans, perks, on policy level just because they're youths. But in our side of the house, farmers, these cooperatives, or the systematically disenfranchised peoples also get their chances, fair share of startups, because they do not have entrepreneur ventures or startup, right? What they do is sustenance farming. Even when they do that for an agricultural, agro-based system, they will get their privileges, not just because some 18-year-old comes with a wacky idea. And our side of the house, you have youths, you have farmers, you have cooperatives, cooperatives, you have cooperatives, all of the stakeholders collaborating and working together. Where in their side of the house, just because a youth comes up with a mediocre idea, they get the privilege. And that is not the kind of world that we are trying to build. Now, finally, let's look at what the world on their side of the house looks like. Youth making innovations. But this is, again, like I mentioned again and again, this is not mutually exclusive to their side. Youths are also innovating on our side, especially more, because now that there is competition from old age farmers, there's competition from experienced farmers, agro-businesses, youths are more likely to challenge the saturated market. Youths are more likely to compete with their peers. Youths are more likely to fight for what they need and not just get them served in a silver plate just because they're youths. So by saying all this, I say vote for side opposition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Opposition Whip. To summarize the cases, we now have 2 minutes of speeches each from both sides. Because side government starts the debate, they also have an obligation to end the debate. So for the final 2-minute reply speech of opposition, inviting the opposition reply. Here.
Side proposition doesn't want 18-year-olds to grow strawberries. They want them to take the strawberries to the market so that they could be sold. Sure, we agree. We don't have a problem with that. But the point here is, if a youth who is an 18-year-old, just graduated from Harvard, we give them the benefit of the doubt, we debate in their best case scenario, even in that case, if that youth wants to sell the strawberries, and if there's another cooperative, let's say, with 15 farmers accumulation, which corporation or which stakeholder do you think should get that particular loan or get that particular resource to take those strawberries to the market? We vote for the farmers who have worked all their lives to grow those strawberries, and we believe they should have the right to take those strawberries to the market, which is why reason one side proposition fails. Secondly, even in our case, the youths under their side will still exist. That is to say, under their side, youths will be prioritized. That is to say, government funding will be prioritized and represented or will be taken aside for youths. Under our side, youths will still exist. However, they will not get that particular loan or that particular resource just because they're youths. They will get it if their resources or if their ideas are sustainable. That is to say, under both houses, if we do a careful comparison, we'll understand that the ideas that look sustainable, sound sustainable, and generally are sustainable will get that resource that the government is giving or any organization is giving under our side. However, under their side, a youth with a quirky idea about, I don't know, strawberries, about anything that sounds sustainable will be likely to get that funding. Now, understand that in this economy where resources are limited, it's important for these resources to be used or utilized by the most efficient stakeholders, right? So under our side, that will happen. But secondly, we talked about indigenous practices. We tell you that indigenous practices have been sustainable for far too long and have contributed in the living standard of people in indigenous areas, right? However, that idea was never engaged upon. Any idea about how youths are going to collaborate with these people, with these individuals, was never talked about by side opposition. Thirdly, we talk about innovation. Under their side, imagine this scenario, you go to a bank and you tell them, oh, I need a loan of 50,000 because I have this quirky idea to start a startup. Under their side, they're likely to get that loan even if their idea is not good enough. However, under our side, that very youth will have to fight for that particular loan because there are other stakeholders in competition as well. When we talk about these stakeholders, we're talking about farmer cooperatives and also corporations that don't necessarily have to be hounds that are going after farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the final speech of the debate, inviting the government reply. Here.
I'm going to address each of the concerns that side opposition has had in this debate to illustrate to you why it is a definitive win for side proposition. First concern that they have is that just because innovation happens doesn't necessarily mean that the innovation is going to be sustainable or that it is going to be resilient. I just want to take a few steps back and understand why we are seeking sustainable and resilient systems. The reason for that is because it is currently a problem in the status quo that our systems are not sustainable and they are not resilient. So whenever we innovate, it is almost as though it is by definition that we are looking for ways to solve the problems, which means that just on a definitional basis, we think that youth innovating does mean that youth is likely to inspect these systems and look for ways to improve these systems, which means the entire concern on the fact that just because innovation exists, it is not going to be sustainable or resilient does not make any sense. We think that whenever we take a step forward, we're likely to take it for the better. The second concern that they have in this debate is that privileged youth will benefit from this notion. We think, first of all, that privileged youth benefiting from this notion is not necessarily a bad thing if it also benefits the rest of society to a large degree. Just because someone is privileged does not mean that they should not be allowed to use their privilege in order to better the systems that exist within society. That is to say that the entire claim that some privileged youth is going to benefit from this system is not catastrophic to our case like they try to claim it is. The second thing that I want to point out is that, which also links to the third concern that we're going to take away resources from farmers, is that in a lot of scenarios, we are not taking resources away from farmers. In the entire example about strawberry tart, the counterfactual is that that old lady does not get to sell her strawberries at even 40 rupees because no one is willing to buy it from her, and those go to waste. We think that the youth is a bridge which is likely to at least make sure that some of those strawberries are sold at some of their cost prices. The final concern that they have, which is about the fact that we are not going, and I also similarly want to add within this, that if it is necessarily true that we're going to take away resource, this notion is going to be so overpowering. Why is it that they've proven to us through their speeches that there is so much stigma against youth? All three of their speeches were constantly about questioning the capability of the youth, which is to say that there is already a lot of stigma that exists against youth. This is likely to be a counterbalance to that stigma. This is likely to give youth an opportunity on their side that does not exist, which is why we take this debate.
Thank you so much, Sangya, for that speech. With that, we have come to the end of this debate. I'd like to request the speakers to cross floor, shake hands, and leave the room. A huge round of applause for our debaters, our presenters. As they continue doing that, how many of you found this debate interesting? Okay, I think there are a couple of things. After the debate, you see opposite sides shaking hands. How much do you see this in our country? Which is an irony itself, meaning because both sides argue on the same fact, on which side is, or how do we make sure agri-food innovation is better. One side talks about we can make it better if it's youth leading in crucial stages. Other side tells you, I think the status quo is better. And both of them argue in that particular stance on how this is going to happen. You see critical thinking. And if I put it into perspective, the average age of the debate room is 18 years old. So that speaks about the caliber, that speaks about the importance of critical thinking. But more importantly, if you take this debate, if you take this discourse out of this room, it means that in policy making, for instance, if you are a youth-led organization, for example, in instances of innovation, in instances where you are leading certain cases, critical thinking in on itself is very, very important. Even simple questions that Ashima talked about in her presentation. What are you trying to do? Why are you trying to do this? How are you going to achieve your goal? And even if you achieve your goal, why is it so important? What are the impacts that you are trying to substantiate? I think these young debaters that debated here, I think showed a couple of instances here. I have 3 more minutes left to make sure that we end on time. So I'm going to do a couple of things. We had side government, that was on my right. We had side opposition, that was on my left. People that listened the debate, people that listened it half, using your mobile devices, I don't know. Please don't vote. But people that witnessed the entire debate, how many of you thought side government takes this debate? Raise your hands. None of you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many of you think side opposition takes this debate? Okay, there are lots of hands raised. If I was an evaluator, I was looking at the speech carefully, I was tilted at side opposition at times. I think they take the debate, but it could be a close call because in general, when debate practices happen, You have to be very good listening. If I am a judge, which I am, I judge a lot of debate tournaments, I have to take notes very carefully. I have to judge not a debate in an isolation. I have to judge by comparing both of the sides, and a lot of intricacies take place. Thirdly and finally, which is very most important, is that the debaters only get the motion 1 hour prior the debate. And in that 1 hour, you can't be using the internet, you can't be using any other services. Sometimes the motion can be a prepared motion, which means they have 1 day, 2 days to prepare that. But in 30 minutes of time, they have to bring out an 8-minute speech each. So, okay, I'll just, for the final 2 minutes, I'll take the people that raised their hands on which side opposition won the debate. One of you would like to summarize, why did you vote for side opposition? The floor is open. Volunteers, could you please help them with the mic? Anyone who thought side opposition won the debate, please, somebody wants to debrief. 30 seconds of debrief on why do you think side opposition won the debate. Anyone wants to go ahead? Challenge yourselves in terms of how you are going to present. Anyone? Okay, do we have someone? Sounds like an auction, but please. Anyone who is free to debrief? Okay, we have someone here.
Thank you so much. So I enjoyed both the debates. सबैजनाले बुझोस् भनेर नेपालमा पनि भनिरहेको छु. So I like the opposition side. किनकि उहाँहरूले भन्दाखेरि फर्स्टमा नै मोसनलाई एकदमै राम्ररी एक्सप्लेन गरिदिनु भयो, के छ भनेर डिब्रिफ गरिदिनु भयो. सँगै त्यसपछि गभर्मेन्ट साइड र अपोजिसन साइडले कस्तो वर्ल्ड देखाउन खोजेको छ, कस्तो पछि गएर किन हामीले यो सपोर्ट गर्यो भने वाट विल द वर्ल्ड लुक लाइक, अनि स्टेक होल्डर्सको कुरा आएको छ. सो whenever we talk about anything, हामीले केही कुरामा पनि डेभलपमेन्ट गर्नुपर्छ भने एउटामा मात्र त्यसलाई सपोर्ट गरेर त्यसलाई मात्र फन्डिङ दिएर या त्यसलाई मात्र प्रायोरिटाइज गरेर हुँदैन. वी निड अ लट अफ stakeholders to be involved. So to summarize, I like the opposition side because they just talked about everything and in a very good manner. सँगसँगै गभर्मेन्ट साइडले पनि एकदमै राम्रो बोल्यो भन्न चाहन्छु. So thank you so much.
Okay, it takes guts to be speaking in front of an audience. A huge round of applause for our speaker. Someone who said side government won this debate. 30 seconds for you. Okay, we have one hand there. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'll take it. Okay.
Hello. Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Mausam Gaire. I was listening to our debates here. One thing you should not forget that they are the opposing team member are also youth talking in the stage. So I was with the government side. As we are youth, our voice should be heard. Our problems should be made as a solution as we are going to deal in the sustainable way in future. That if in 20 years those who are in the, let's say the aged people or the experienced one, they should also give to the new generation. The idea from the government was very clear to me, rather than directing and giving, let's say scolding the government. It was like normally we are protesting, like it's normal, like we hear it daily. But the governmental side were very straightforward how they will sustain even carrying with the stakeholders. And I think it was clear how government was fine with their statement or the solutions toward that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. A huge round of applause. If you think about it, where does critical thinking now happen? If I am someone who is witnessing a debate, I rather think where innovation is sustainable. Is disruptive innovation that they talk about important? Or is it something that promoting the status quo important? Why is it important? Is it important to bring out the desired outcome? I think this 35 minutes of debate should be giving you perspectives on if you are in a position of negotiation, if you are in a position where you can identify logical fallacies. Logical fallacies meaning that, oh, if we do this, this is going to happen. I think this is one of the biggest problems in our country right now. So to identify logical fallacies, to make sure policy making is evidence-based, is research-based, making sure your argument is good. I think this demonstration debates highlights what needs to be done. I'd like to request Ashima to join me on stage for once, our facilitator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, Debate Network Nepal is proud to be collaborating with FAO and World Food Forum Nepal to be a partner, to be a training partner in terms of the symposium, in terms of the debate. This is what we stand for. We stand for critical thinking. We stand for argumentation. We stand for opposing logical fallacies. But more importantly, we stand for youth driven in making sure that critical thinking prevails. We have been doing this since 2013, advancing the critical thinking and argumentation in education and civic spaces of Nepal. Thank you so much from our side. Thank you so much. I'd like to hand this over to the WFF Nepal's team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shashank and team from Debate Network Nepal for such energizing and I think it has changed our perspective about what a particular debate should be, or it has changed our perspective in regards to what kind of debates we used to do earlier in our school days. So thank you to Debate Network Nepal team for opening our eyes for a new perspective. So before we move ahead, I would like to share a little about the journey of World Food Forum. So World Food Forum Nepal was ideated more than a year ago, and it had, okay. And we had informally started working and collaborating with FAO Nepal. Okay, so just notice to everyone, so we will be having a cultural session right after this, due to which all of this props assessment and all of this prop arrangement is ongoing. So please don't get too much distracted with this. So talking about World Food Forum Nepal, it was planned and we collaborated. We had multiple meetings with FAO Nepal, and less than a year later, or let's say we officially inaugurated, or we officially became a national chapter last year in 8th October 2023, and now less than a year later, we have come a long way. We have set new, in this 1 year, we've had multiple youth engagement. We've reached different communities from across Nepal, and we've set a new standard. Our guests from World Food Forum headquarters and our guests from FAO Bhutan, we had a meeting yesterday, and they also appreciated the journey that we have taken. In the front face, although the members of World Food Forum Nepal chapter are seen, it should be much noted that this horizon would not have been reached, this space would not have been reached without the constant support of our World Food Forum headquarters. But apart from that, this Nepal Food Forum event that you see today is just a glimpse of the horizon that our representative, that is our FAOR of Bhutan and Nepal, Mr. Kim Simiju, who is right here with us, has pictured for World Food Forum Nepal, as well as youths across Nepal, especially in the sector of agriculture and related sciences. So I would like to request all of you to give a huge round of applause for our Ken sir. Thank you so much, sir, for constantly supporting us, for constantly guiding us, for constantly showing us that we can do much more, that youth voices do actually matter. Okay, so with this regards, thank you Ken sir, thank you FAO Nepal team, and thank you to each and everyone present here for supporting us. Now I would like to call upon stage Ken sir and other youth representatives who had earlier given presentation and shown different sessions for the token of appreciation. First of all, I would like to invite on stage our delegates from FAO Bhutan, Ms. Chiring and Mr. Nawang, on stage to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you, FAO Bhutan team. Next, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Swastik Mohan Bhattrai, the Program Associate at Youth Innovation Lab, to come to stage and receive the token of appreciation. Yes, already left? Oh, okay. Okay, I just got the information that Swastik sir has already left. Okay, our delegates in the front are pretty excited. Okay, so moving ahead, next I would like to invite on stage our energetic and dynamic individuals from Debate Network Nepal, a representative at first to receive the token of appreciation, followed by all of them for a group photo. So all the members of Debate Network Nepal, please come on stage for a group photograph. We would like to hear it from you. All the youth would like to hear it from you.
Really? Okay. Okay. I'm not. Okay, I'm not really sure if you want to hear from a Gen Xer, but I just very shortly, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry that I couldn't attend all of the sessions, but from what I saw, I was so impressed and blown away by the caliber, the capacity, the competence of the young people in Nepal, and also your energy and passion. It's amazing. We say Nepal is a young country, and it is, but looking at this group, I think the future of Nepal is very, very bright. So yeah, thank you. It's really an immense pleasure to really be, just be in your presence, really, because it really energizes me and, inspires me. So, please continue doing the excellent work that you're doing, and I can assure you that FAO will continue to support you in your fantastic journey, and I think Victor is also there. So, I don't know, Victor, maybe you might want to say something also, no? From the headquarters. No, please, come on. Yeah, it's your first time here, so you also attended all the sessions, no? You might want to please give your, feedback, no? Right from the boss of the youth action in FAO. So, yes. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm handing over to Victor.
A round of applause to our able FAO rep. A round of applause. I want to start there because I have traveled across different countries. I support about 25 countries. And it's not in every country where you have this sort of empowerment of young people or someone at the highest position that is a champion for young people. So I think today we can be able to experience, just being here at the Nepal Food Forum, the Nepal Youth Action, that young people are really a priority for FAO Leo, Nepal, and it's really great to see. Then, second, congratulations to each and every one of you who's made it to this event. I am really pleased that all of you could make it. Congratulations to those who are taking leadership roles, those who are convening young people together, those who are debating. At some point, I was wondering whether I am a young person or not, or whether I should continue supporting young people or take away that sort of support. But it's because of the great passion that we have, the great empowerment, the great compelling arguments that we are making. And if we can channel all this energy, all this drive towards transforming our agri-food systems, I am sure the agri-food systems in Nepal will be transformed, and because of the example that you will create, other countries will follow suit and want to become just like you. So a huge congratulations to you. It's been an absolute pleasure being in Nepal. And I think one of the things that I'll be taking once I go back is that more people need to come and see this sort of talent, this sort of brilliance, this sort of engagement, and so that they can really experience it firsthand as I have done. So thank you so much. I really appreciate my time here and looking forward to seeing you virtually or physically at the World Food Forum flagship event. It will be taking place from the 14th to the 18th of October at FAO headquarters in Rome, but also it has a great online participation modality, and so hope that you can also join. So thank you so much, and do have yourselves a great rest of the session.
Thank you so much, Ken sir, and thank you so much, Victor, for your words of inspiration, appreciation, and encouragement. We as a whole, we as World Food Forum Nepal chapter, and we as all of the youths, always look up to you for guidance and your support, and the way you have shown us light and the correct path and the way to agri-food system transformation through youth engagement. So moving ahead, we just had a very energizing, but at the same time very mentally challenging debating session, right? Yes? Are we all in the mood for some sort of refreshment, right? Okay. So, considering the audience demands and considering that we all maybe want to hear something soothing, something that will just calm us after the way our brain had been challenged right before, we will be having a cultural performance. So, today we are proud to present that in this event as a whole, people from diverse backgrounds are present, but today we will be presenting a rich culture and music of the indigenous Tharu community who have perfected agricultural practices in harmony with nature, making the fertile land of Tarai and safeguarding its unique ecological balances. So, I would like to apologize on behalf because there are many typical Tharu words that I will be pronouncing and I may butcher them, so please forgive me earlier. So today our team will bring to you the Ostimki song, a collaboration between Khyala Bagal and Champan Sanskrit Samuha as sung by the Tharu people of Western Nepal. This song tells the story of world's creation and the evolution of human civilization, capturing the essence of the Tharu way of life, their indigenous knowledge and their profound philosophy. So without any further ado, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Arnav Chaudhary to take the lead. Arnav, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, person. I think we will first set up the stage and Jai Guru Baba, Ram Ram, hello and namaskar. Food and agri enthusiasts, strategic investors, visionary inventors, resilient youths, knowledge keepers, community leaders and advocates with diverse voices who are present here for the purpose of enhancing capacity and engaging in meaningful dialogue for promoting sustainable agri-food system transformation. To make your presence and discussion more beautiful, we have brought here the song of the indigenous Tharu community for you. The indigenous Tharu community is a culturally rich community living in the Tarai region of Nepal with a unique relationship with nature. This community with songs, art, culture, music festivals and lifestyle are very nature friendly, has been protecting and promoting natural resources. This community with her natural knowledge of farming is a frontline community that is negatively affected by the exploitation of nature, climate change and global change in the food system. We, the indigenous Tharu people, embody the strength of collective action. Our art, culture and songs are a living testament to our unity. As we sing our songs together, merging our voices, philosophy and vision into a harmonious whole, the song that will be presented to you today is only a small part of the rich culture and civilization of Tharu community. Today, we are going to present a song written in Astimki rhythm, which is sung in the Tharu community. This song will talk about the way of life of the Tharu community, food system, farming, relationship with the nature, family and society, and will show the immense indigenous knowledge of Tharu community. A joint presentation of Champan Sanskritik Samuha and Khyala Bagal. This performance is managed by our cultural keeper and knowledge leader, Mr. Nandu Chaudhary. And directed by theatre artist Pranav Akash and facilitated by myself, Arnab Chaudhary. We have the artist to make this presentation beautiful to our instrumentalism, Pushkar Mahato on piano, Nandu Chaudhary on mandra, Milan Ghimire on flute, Dosaran Chaudhary on manjira, and Pranav Akash and Samiksha Chaudhary on kastar. And on the same way, on women's side, Samiksha Chaudhary, a well-known melodious voice of Tharu community and rising singer Lakshmi Rana. And on the male side, Dosran Chaudhary, who is known as a cultural singer among the youth of Tharu community, and R.K. Tharu, who plays a major role in giving a modern rise to music industry of the Tharu community, will give voice for this song. The words for this most important song of today have been given by Dosran Chaudhary as a lyricist. If you have listened to the Tharu song, if you have listened to any Tharu songs, then you must have heard their songs and music. And before presenting this song, we extend our heartfelt thanks to FAO Nepal and the WFF Nepal chapter, organizers of Nepal Food Forum 2024, for providing us with the opportunity to present this performance to you today. We also thank Sabin Lami Chanedai and Prasun Subedi for facilitating us and coordination. At last and not least, we want to give respect and acknowledgement to this Newa land for providing this place, and also respect and acknowledgement to the indigenous Newa community for stewardship for this Newa land. Hope you guys will enjoy and give importance to the subject of indigenous knowledge. Thank you. And enjoy the song, enjoy the performance.
इफेक्ट राख्दिनु नि Check.
Hello, 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 hello. Mic check. Hello.
This one, check 3. Wait.
कमैना धरती सजैना हमार साना
खेतवा का महीना धरती सजैना हमारे साना
खेतवा कमैना माटी सजैना हमार साना
हारू हमरे देश के राजा होइती प्रकृति पुजारी
थारू हमरे देश के रक्षक हुई थी प्रकृति पुजारी
ईमान बिना
चलली शान्ति सवारी ईमान मेहनत धर्म हमारे चलली शान्ति सवारी धानक बाला लहर लहर जैसे कि सुहावन लागे झिली के सिंगार सही दाना मगिया तरिया राजिया दादू लहंगा भरिया
यी सामानहरू फोटो खिच्नु
Dear participants, how was the performance? I think all of our hearts wants to say once more on one end, and on the another end we are like, we all want to go home too, so I understand. Okay, so thank you so much to Arnab and team for such a soothing performance. It was really, although due to the language barrier, we did not understand it word by word, but I think we can all agree that we did feel the sentiment that they were trying to send out through their song. So kudos to the team. So before I move ahead with the next segment of our program, there has been a slight mishap. So many of us are constantly moving from hall to hall, from one end to another end. Two of these translation devices have gone missing. So here is the sample for people who don't know how it looks. So two of these devices have been misplaced. If any of you have seen any of them anywhere, please inform our technical team or anyone from FAO Nepal or World Food Forum Nepal. So thank you for this in advance. Okay, youths, what does SDG stand for? Okay, it does stand for Sustainable Development Goals. When we think about SDGs, what is the first thing that comes to our mind? Any volunteers? Sustainability, okay. So when we think about actions that can be taken under Sustainable Development Goals, what sort of actions do we think about? Okay, I think people are, they are thinking in their brain but are kind of too in the zone of the earlier cultural performance to say it out loud. So, as mentioned earlier by Miss Chiring in her presentation, she had mentioned that FAO Bhutan has launched a SDG card action game, right? Did you all catch it when she was presenting earlier? How many of you were much attentive in that presentation? Something about the SDG action card game? Few people, okay. No worries for all the other people as well as them. This is your chance because our colleagues from FAO Bhutan are going to tell you in detail about what this SDG card action game is, and they are going to show you how it can be played. So for that, I kindly request our colleagues from Bhutan, Ms. Chiring and Mr. Nawang, to please be on stage. Okay. It's a game, guys. We are in the fun session of our Nepal Youth Action. So I think one louder round of applause is much needed. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this game is supposed to be an interactive way to show how the sustainable development goals can be integrated into our day-to-day life and how they tie into the agri-food sector as well. This game will definitely challenge all of us to think critically, especially in the sector of sustainability. So Nawang, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. My name is Ngawang Gelsen, and as you can see, I'm from the Kingdom of Bhutan. And we are just 1 hour flight away from Nepal. So we are very close to you. And both of us, Siring and I, we are very excited to be here at the Nepal Food Forum. Before I begin with our presentation on the SDG card game, I would like to reiterate what FAOR, Mr. Ken Shimizu said. We are completely blown away by the incredible potential and passion that was displayed by young people of Nepal. And I think we take a lot of inspiration back with you. And when we go back to Bhutan, we'll be ambassadors of the Nepal Food Forum. We will share your message of enthusiasm and passion with our people as well. And we hope that through exchanges like these, Nepal and Bhutan continue to work together, because in many ways we are, one family, as many of you have said to us informally. So I would like to present to you about this particular game. It's called, maybe I'll move here. It's called Cross, spelled like an X, and it's a SDG action card game. This particular card game, this particular edition was developed in collaboration with Kanazawa Institute of Technology and FAO Bhutan office, of course with the World Food Forum Bhutan chapter, and we also had another Japanese institution called KO Media Design. Whenever our king visits young people of Bhutan, he always tells one story. And while we have a technical issue, I would like to share that story with you. So whenever His Majesty visits young people of Bhutan, he says that in all of us there are 2 dragons. And you might have noticed Nepal has a very unique flag, right? And Bhutan also has a unique flag in that we have a dragon in our flag. And His Majesty says that in all of us there are 2 dragons, a black dragon and a white dragon. The white dragon likes passion, likes positivity, whereas the black dragon, it likes, it likes violence, it likes, apathy, for example, right? And I believe that through Nepal Food Forum, since food is the theme, we have been feeding the white dragon in us. And that's a very long story, but I think the technical glitch has been addressed. So there are two types of card in this game. The first one is a trade-off card, and the second one is a resource card. As you can see, there are multiple versions of these cards. So when we distribute the card games to the 10 tables, you will notice that there are two different types of cards. The first one is a trade-off card. And as mentioned by the debate, Nepal network of Nepal, right? As mentioned by them, a trade-off is when you try to do something positive and there is a consequence of that action, positive action, which most of the time is a negative action. So these are the problems that we are trying to solve. So for example, this is an example of a trade-off card. To help the environment by trying not to use air conditioning resulted in the person getting a heat stroke, right? So she had very good intentions, but there was a negative consequence to her positive action. Now, a resource card. A resource card is a set of multiple resources that are present in that particular card game. So some examples of a resource card can be music, animation, smartphone, comedy, festivals such as this, the Nepal Food Forum, and VR, virtual reality. These are just examples. Now we have to use these resource cards to solve the trade-off problem. And this is a game best played with groups of friends. And as we noticed during this festival, I don't think Nepali people have any problem making new friends, because I have made many friends now throughout this program. So I think this game is going to be perfectly suited for you. Okay, so how to play this game? Once we distribute the card sets to all the tables, someone will take an initiative and distribute the cards among the players. Each player should get 3 cards, 3 resource cards. Don't touch the trade-off cards yet. You will be given 3 resource cards each. After that, randomly, you will take out a trade-off card, which is the problem you're going to solve. And after that, after the trade-off problem has been read out loud, you will use the randomly shuffled resource cards that you got to solve the problem. So for example, you have 3 cards, you take 1 resource card, you put it on the table, and you explain how you will use that resource card to solve that trade-off. Once the first player has done that, the second player has to throw another resource card and complement on the idea of the first person, right? So as you smart people can already see the pattern, the idea is that you collectively try to solve one problem using limited resources. So it is sort of like a rendition of the real world where we have limited resources. So once all the players in the table, so for example, in this table there are 5 players. Once all the 5 players have used 1 resource card, we consider that particular trade-off to be solved, and then you will give a big round of applause to yourselves. Then you will take out another trade-off card and try to solve that. Same process, you clap at the end of the trade-off problem, and because you will all get 3 resource cards, by the end of this game, you should have finished solving 3 trade-off cards. Now, there are only 3 rules when you play cross. First, you do not reject, your friend's idea, which I'm sure you will not do. Like, even if you don't necessarily agree with the idea, you'll try to work around it or complement it. Second, you cooperate with everyone. So if there is a shy person in your group who is unable to, be the first one to answer, then you will sort of ask them to, contribute. And the third and the final, very important rule is when you're done, you'll clap, you will celebrate together. So that is all about the games. I would like to now request the volunteers to kindly share the, distribute the games. One card set per table. And because this is a physical game, there is only limited reach, but we have developed an Android version of the game which you can download as well. So it's also available in Nepal, Android Google Store. The iOS version is under development right now. Once that's done, we would love to share it with the Nepal team as well. So please download the game. I'll keep the QR code on for now. And before we begin the game, we would like to do a short demonstration of how this will be played in real life. So I'd like to request my colleague Tsiring and also a volunteer to join from the World Food Forum Bhutan Nepal chapter. Okay. This is for you. Yes, this is for you. GB Nalini. All right, guys, before we begin, in the interest of time, perhaps we can try to solve only one trade-off card, right? Because there are like 6 or 5 people in each table. So by the time you're done, I think enough time would have passed. So we'll try to solve one trade-off card. Before that, 3 of us will do a demonstration on how the game will be played, all right? So the trade-off card that we are trying to solve is the one we are seeing on the screen, to help the environment by trying not to use air conditioning. I nearly got a heat stroke, right? That's the trade-off card. So I have one resource card with me right now, which is craftspeople. This is the resource card I'm using, which is the craftspeople, right? So how I will try to justify using this resource card is I will say I will use the traditional knowledge of craftspeople to create architecture that does not require air conditioning. So architecture that is environmentally friendly, so that sort of satisfies the ladies' predicament, and then I'll pass the turn to Tsiring.
So the resource cards that I will be using is flowers. So in addition to the architectural structure, I would plant indoor flowers and plants to reduce the room temperature. And also I would like to plant trees outside the house to provide shade. So I would solve the issue like this.
Thank you. The resource card that I have is human exchange. So in addition to the architects and the flowers that the girl put, also she can get to new people and she can share her feelings so that she can get new ideas like how to solve those problems if she is getting heat stroke. So I think you got it. Should I say in Nepali? Okay, so actually I'm going to explain the game once again in Nepali language. So दुईटा कार्ड छ, एउटा चाहिँ ट्रेड अफ कार्ड भनेको छ. ट्रेड अफ कार्ड चाहिँ तपाईले कुनै पनि प्रब्लमको सोलुसन गर्न खोज्नु भयो तर सोलुसनले चाहिँ पोजिटिभ सट्टामा चाहिँ झन् तपाईलाई चाहिँ कुनै एउटा नयाँ प्रब्लम चाहिँ क्रिएट गर्दियो. जस्तै यहाँ चाहिँ इक्जाम्पलमा नङ सेड दैट द गर्ल दैट उले चाहिँ एसी चाहिँ अफ गरे इन्भाइरोमेन्टल कन्सियस भएर, तर उसले चाहिँ त्यो एसी अफ गरेपछि चाहिँ उसले चाहिँ बडी हिट स्ट्रोक फिल गरे हैन. त्यस्तो सट्टामा चाहिँ अब त्यो चाहिँ एउटा ट्रेड अफ भयो. सो तपाईँ सबैकोमा चाहिँ ट्रेड अफ कार्ड पनि छ, त्यो चाहिँ प्रब्लम भयो. नाउ आवर रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी इज कि त्यो ट्रेड अफ कार्डलाई चाहिँ सल्युसनको रूपमा चाहिँ सोलुसन्स कार्ड भनेर चाहिँ रिसोर्सेस कार्ड भनेर छ. अनि यो रिसर्च कार्डमा जस्तो नमङले सुरुमा सेयरिङ गरे जस्तो ह्यान्डिक्राफ्ट्सहरू प्लस यो आर्किटेक्ट्सहरू बिल्डिङ्सहरू बनाएर चाहिँ त्यो हिट स्ट्रोकलाई चाहिँ कम गर्न सकिन्छ। त्यसले चाहिँ एसी पनि चाहिएन, प्लस त्यस्तो खाले बिल्डिङ्सहरूले चाहिँ मान्छेलाई चाहिँ के गर्छ कोल्ड राख्न चाहिँ हेल्प गर्छ भन्ने उहाँले भन्नुभयो होइन। एन्ड सी सेड द्याट कि कोठाभित्र चाहिँ नयाँ प्लान्ट्सहरू फ्लावर्सहरू ल्यायो भने अझै हिट चाहिँ के हुन्छ कम हुन्छ। सो उहाँले चाहिँ एसी युज नगरे पनि उहाँ चाहिँ हिट स्ट्रोकबाट चाहिँ बस्नुहुन्छ भन्ने केस आयो। अनि मेरोमा चाहिँ ह्युमन एक्सचेन्ज भनेको थियो। सो म मात्रै त्यस्तो केस नहुन्छ, म मात्रै इन्भाइरोमेन्टल कन्सियस नहुन्छ, देयर आर सो मेनी पिपुल जो चाहिँ कन्सियस हुन्छ र त्यस्तो जमातमा गएर त्यस्तो कम्युनिटीमा गएर चाहिँ आफ्नो आइडियाजहरू आफ्नो त्यो सेयरिङ गर्यो भने चाहिँ उहाँले चाहिँ नयाँ अपर्च्युनिटी नयाँ कुराहरू नयाँ आइडियाजहरू चाहिँ थाहा पाउनुहुन्छ भनेर चाहिँ भयो। सो यो रिसोर्सेसमा चाहिँ यु क्यान सी एभ्रिथिङ इज कनेक्टेड। उहाँले भनेको एन्सरलाई चाहिँ उहाँले कपी गर्नुभयो, इन एडिसन टु इट भन्ने भयो। सो उहाँ दुइटाको एन्सरलाई चाहिँ मैले फेरि उहाँको एन्सर छँदैछ तर त्यस बाहेक पनि मैले यो गर्छु भनेर चाहिँ कनेक्टेड भयो। आई होप यु गट इट राइट। पर्फेक्ट, थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you so much. So please go ahead and then distribute the cards and select one trade-off card. Just one request, please don't mix the trade-off card and the resource card later. So keep them separate when you are playing the game. So once you are done, you can shuffle them back together. Thank you. We will come around the tables helping you play the game. So you can begin. So once you have distributed the 3 cards, then we'll take out the problem card, right?
Yeah.
This one. Oh, this is very difficult, sorry. Let's go with the, because you're playing for the first time. Okay, this is good. So the problem is, as poor working conditions abroad improved, the cost of imports began to rise. So that means, I'll use robots. Yeah, so as you can clearly see, right? There is, let's say, there's a lot of import coming from China because things have become very cheap in China. So Nepal is seeing a lot of imports. Now, how will you solve that problem? So you've said robots. So you'll have to explain why you think robots can solve the problem.
Please.
That's a very daring move to throw first and then decide.
Please explain.
Yeah, I'll just go there.
Yes,
Please, sure. Highly demanded.
Please explain.
AI भने तपाईले हैन यहाँ AI भने म एक्सप्लेन गर्छु। यो यहाँ राखेपछि तपाई एउटै आन्सर हुनु दुई जना के
Okay, AI and robots. So as poor working conditions abroad are improved, the cost of imports began to increase. So because the cost of imports are rising, we need to make sure the business efficiencies of our nation
minimizing the operation cost.
Oh, that's why fantastic robots and AI will be here. So I'm सक्यो अब के
यो फेरि यहाँ यस्तो चित्रहरू के नचित्रहरू कहाँ छेरी
नेक्स्ट अब अर्को
होइन यो पनि यो के हुँदा यो फार्मस हुँदा के हुन्छ यो हुँदा के हुन्छ भन्नु पर्ने सबिन पछि रिपिटेबल खेल्ने यो क्या सबिन जिरो पुनः हाकिम त्यही भन्दा उहाँलाई पनि ताएर सबिन जग्गा हो कुकिज र कफी कुकिज र कफी हाल्दा हाँसी
तपाईँ मास्टर ट्रेनर भएपछि त टिचर
साथीहरू हो
म्यारेज गर्दा कसरी मैले यो गर्नु त यु म्यारी अब्रड एन्ड देन यु आर वर्किङ
From the nature at the heart of their lives and culture, irrespective of यो मैले हापे
So you don't have अर्को ट्रेड अफ
होइन पहिला यो बुझ्नु पर्यो
अनि यो हाम्रो सल्भ गरेँ नि एउटा प्रब्लम
भन्छन् जी सुन्नु न जस्तो यो त स्कुल हो यो चाहिँ के हो त क्या
यस्तो अहिले चाहिँ डेटा कार्ड छुनु भएन
रिसोर्स कार्डै हो रिसोर्स कार्डै हो त्यो यो चाहिँ के हो त एउटा त एआई भन्न थालिदिने जम्मा
के फाल्दिने
एआईले हामीले एउटा प्रब्लम सल्भ गर्यो
आएको थियो होइन अब यो चाहिँ कति बेला फालिदियो
यस्तो यो ट्रेड अफ कार्ड चाहिँ नसुन्नु ट्रेड अफ कार्ड चाहिँ खुदै नसुन्नु होइन तिनवटा यो कार्ड बाँड्नु अनि ट्रेड अफ कार्ड उसले देखाउँछ हामीले देखाउने समस्या उसले भन्छ एन्सर चाहिँ तपाईँहरूले भन्नु
कसले समस्या
नमाग्ने समस्या भन्छ
के रहेछ
तपाईँ यहाँ
साइन्स सेन्टरमा कति चारजना छ हो थ्याङ्क यू समस्या बसौँ न
यहाँ बुझेको छैन यार भाव दिएँ मैले सर हो भाव हो तिमी बुझेन सर ए बसन्त राजा बसन्त गर सर माथि सक्यो ए माथि सक्यो टोकनमा फ्लप भने नियाजीलाई फोन गरेर नियाजीको नम्बर सक्यो नि नियाजीको मसँग छैन उयो हुन्छ नियाजीलाई बोल्नु सेक्रेटरी नियाजी चिन्नु भएको छ नियाजीलाई चिन्नु प्लिज भन्नु त दिपक सर बोल्नु भएको छ अरू कुरा फेरि आउँदैन भने के बोल्नु सर त्यो के लभ एफेक्सन विदिन द टिम माई गॉड बसन्ती गेमिङको टाइम कति हो अस्मिना लास्ट थाकिसक्यो अस्मिना त्यो डान्स थाकिसक्यो अब तर अब एउटा भिडियो देख्नु डान्स डान्स हेरौँ कि 5 मिनेट छ के हो 6-7 मिनेटको गर्छ उहाँ जाने कहाँ हाम्रो सरको छोरी Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, so there are two cards, right? Resource and trade-off. So you guys did the right thing. Each person gets 3 resource cards.
Yeah, we already distributed. Who took my one?
Okay, so you
have
have
we have the jelly people.
Okay, toys. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we shuffle the cards like how you play the game. So okay, then you choose a trade-off card from there.
Everyone chooses one?
No.
Let me do the honor.
Okay, this one.
Because of increased rice imports from developing countries, Japanese agriculture began to decline. If Ken's got this one? I put robot.
So the issue,
I just want the point. What is the difference between this and this?
Oh yeah.
These are also solutions.
Out of the resource cards and the trade-off cards, we have like 10 cards that we tried to contextualize in Bhutanese context.
Oh.
Yeah. So, like for example, sir got one Bhutanese. Yeah, this one is also Bhutanese. So we tried to contextualize in Bhutanese context, but we haven't completely like.
Then after that,
now, sir first said robot, right?
Yeah.
So how would you use robots to?
Because increased rice imports from developing countries. अब सुरु गर्नु कार्ड चाहिँ तपाईहरु आफै चुज गर्नुपर्ने चाहिँ भिडियो छैन सर्ट कति टाइमर राख्छ 5 मिनेट
I might say, for example, what Nepal did, right? So I will try to do, I will start a YouTube channel of cooking YouTube channel using traditional Japanese, traditional Nepali cuisine, Japanese, right? Oh, so traditional Japanese cuisine, raw materials, and try to promote Japanese agriculture. Maybe I think that's what I would say. Marriage. Oh, okay.
In marriage parties, you can.
What you just said us will be here.
I will say
you just repeat that. And then we have to continue to go for the web. Yes. Here is the microphone.
All right.
हेलो बोलो
Hello everyone. I will steal your attention now. First of all, I want to say that we have done these workshops now many times, right? I have never seen people learn how to play this game so fast. So I must say you guys are incredible. So a round of applause for all the participants. Incredible. I said you can only solve one trade-off, but by the time I walked from this podium to your table, 3 trade-off cards were done by some table, so incredible, congratulations. In the interest of time, everyone, we will end this game for now. Before we end, I would like to request 2 volunteers to share briefly about their experience playing this game. So I see someone raising their hands. Yeah.
Hello, good evening everyone. So when we were playing this game, there was one moment when our friend was like, oh my god, I don't have anything to do with this card. We cannot solve, she cannot solve the issue. But we remember what our facilitator said, that this is a team game and everybody is going to contribute. So we started one by one, and then eventually there was one moment she said, she can do something with that card. So that was a moment where I felt, yes, whatever the big or small issue is, when there is a collaboration, when there is a joining hands, issue can be solved, and same is with the sustainable development. And this game was a fun experience. At last we had a really good bonding sort of thing. So thank you so much for the experience.
Thank you so much. Can we have another volunteer as well? Preferably a lady? Oh, okay.
Hello everyone, it's me Binta Khadka, and thank you for Bhutanese team for introducing us new game, and it really helped us in critical thinking. We thought that we could not find the solutions with the card, but at the end, with all the thinking, we were able to find a solution at the end, and it was really fun, and it helped us through thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Everyone, like I said earlier, this game was developed by the the Bhutanese team in collaboration with our friends from Japan. But even though the Bhutanese team is the only team being represented here, I want to say that our Japanese friends are here with us in spirit, and when we tell them that we had such a successful workshop, they would be very happy. And the last thing before we close, I would like to request one member of the World Food Forum Nepal chapter to kindly come onto the stage, please. Any member from the World Food Forum Nepal chapter? All right, you can come. Okay. So everyone, today we did something very special. We solved problems together, right? I hope that this will be one of the many sessions where Bhutan, Nepal, and so many chapters around the world work together to solve problems. And we would like to gift 3 card sets to the World Food Forum Nepal chapter so that they can take this forward. So, Tsering, if you may. 2. Oh, okay. So 3 of us will take a picture. Yeah. All right. All right, guys, friends from Nepal, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure being with you guys. You guys are the best. And I don't know why the screen's not working. Where is the... Oh, okay. Is there a clicker? A clicker? Can I have the clicker, please? Oh. No, Next, can we go to the next slide? Yes. The next slide. No? Another slide. Another slide. Okay. Guys, please leave your feedback by scanning this QR code. We would love to hear about what you. It'll just take you guys 5 minutes to share your thoughts. And again, thank you so much for welcoming us. And we can't wait to collaborate with you. Thank you.
The Nepalese version is coming, okay? That's all I have to say. Nepalese version coming. Trust me, coming.
Okay, how fun was it playing cards during non-festive season? Pretty fun, right? So our friends from Bhutan have already complimented, saying that the way Nepalese people have grasped the concept of the game is pretty quick and fascinating. So after the Nepali version comes, as stated by Ken sir, I think it will be pretty wonderful to play that during the festive seasons, right? Yes, okay. So I have a question for you all. Someone or all of you, please tell me who are the organizers of today's event, NFF? Organizers of Nepal Food Forum 2024. FAO Nepal, Government of Nepal, World Food Forum Nepal, right? So we have shared very shortly about what World Food Forum Nepal is and what it means to us, and how Ken sir and FAO Nepal have been guiding us to take it into higher places and higher heights. But to explain regarding World Food Forum Nepal chapter in detail, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ghansham Bhattrai, the Strategy and Innovation Lead at World Food Forum Nepal chapter. Ghansham Bhai, please.
Hello. Thank you very much, Prasun. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we have completed the very wonderful session, and which is very crucial was Youth Assembly part. So for that, let's have one round of applause for ourselves. Please clap ourselves. Now I would like to take you to a short journey of World Food Forum, how we established. It was began in 2023 on October. Officially we launched our chapter in Rome with the support of FAO Nepal. Since then we have doing so much incredible jobs that even our FAO headquarters is also like impressive, and they are like praising us. So we have organized different impactful events, including agri symposiums, and we have been a part of different sessions like Alcoa and other programs as well. So I don't want to take much of this time because you guys have already heard about what is World Food Forum Nepal chapter and what is World Food Forum. But the only key message that I want to leave you here is that if you are passionate about agri-food system transformations and engaging youth and engaging yourself, it's a wonderful opportunity for yourself. You all are welcome to this World Food Forum Nepal. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello. Okay. In today's Nepal Youth Action event, in this particular side event or this particular track of Nepal Food Forum, we've had many things. We've had discussions, we've had debates, we've had presentation, we've played games, we've even heard a song. What do you think is missing now? Did I hear dance? Yes, you all are truly correct. Now we have a performance, we have a dance performance from Miss Aspina Shrestha, Mr. Nuga Manandar and Miss Rojina Prajapati. So just giving a very short introduction. So we are all well acquainted with what Kumari is and what it represents. the embodiment of divine female energy, right? So the dance is deeply rooted in Newari culture and is a vital part of Nepal's spiritual and cultural festivities. So I invite on stage our dearest performers. We've been ready for quite some time and are pretty excited to showcase with you the tradition of Nepal, the roots of Nepal and the culture of Nepal. Performers, the stage is yours.
Kumari Rab
Thank you so much, Ospina Boini, for such a mesmerizing performance. We were in the first row and we just could not take our eyes off her. So thank you so much for this. Okay, so we would kindly like to request all the performers of this Kumari and Lakhe dance to please be on stage to receive the Okay, so I kindly request Ken sir to please be on stage to give the token of appreciation to Miss Osbina. Thank you, everyone. So let's continue this segment of dances. Thank you so much, Nuga and Rojina, for such an energizing performance. I think we did end it with a bang when we saw this performance. We were all feeling kind of low after such a hectic day, such a hectic event, but at last we did end with a bang. So for continuing the token of appreciation aspect, first of all, I would like to invite on stage Ken sir to provide the token of appreciation to Mr. Ghanshyam Bhadrai, Strategy and Innovation Lead at World Food Forum Nepal Chapter. And Victor as well. Victor, please come on stage and provide the token of appreciation to Mr. Ghanshyam. Okay, next, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Nuga Manandar and Ms. Rojina Prajapati to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you for such a wonderful performance. Everyone is requested to stage themselves for a group photo. Thank you, everyone. Hey, this is the end. Awesome. So, with this, we've come to the end of our Nepal Youth Action flagship event segment. So, thank you so much to all the speakers, to all the performers, to all the participants for your patience. Thank you so much for all your patience and your energy and thank you for being with us till the very end. Let's continue to work together to empower youth and transform our agri-food systems and ensure our theme, good food for all for today and tomorrow. Okay, that's all from our side. Everyone is kindly requested to be in the ballroom where we had our inauguration session for a group photograph. So that would please, once again, everyone is kindly requested to go to the ballroom for the group photograph. Thank you, everyone.